YouTube channel for the actual news that aren't here today, or you can watch the further point off the course for updated action. But Southern Asian also going to be calling the races from up here. So U13 Men trying to do those last minute preparations. Whether you're in the pen, the intro race is 7 minutes before. When you hear the whistle, that will signify 3 minutes to go. And then there'll be another whistle for 30 seconds. So first race of our 10 race programme is just over 15 minutes to go. Big numbers, and what I'm about to say usually applies to the younger athletes. Big numbers do not fold them. The number must be visible, but also the tip to your time and position in that big number. Do not fold the big numbers. The cross-country championship presentations will be done in blocks of 2, and the first block at 12:45 will be for the opening race, the U17 Men, and then U13 Girls, Senior Women, U15 Boys. So that is the first schedule of presentations. And I will remind you of that as we go through the programme between 11 and 12:40 the start of the U17 Women's race. A shout out and an important one to two Essex athletes, Max Sanderson and Greg Martin. Max Sanderson and Greg Martin, will you please meet your team manager at registration desk? So under-20 men was at the start point. They just announced the take the team to the start point, so under-20 men the start area. I did 12 months ago, the giant taking the individual and moving into the team goals, into the quarter, the runner-up, and also took the Roswell first up 80 and the two titles in the team, probably fantastic performance for the 50-point win. The last team was still on the first year, and they won better in the 20th. The first medal from the U15, and on the cup is taken in Rob. So really strong field, confident action, individual body. Titles up to grab. Then Birmingham Ingram, then Connor Bell,
Well, a very good morning and welcome to Wollaton Park in Nottingham for the British Athletics Cross Challenge Final and Inter-Counties Cross Country Championship. We have a huge day of action for you, and it all kicks off in around about 5 minutes time. And we usually start with the youngsters, but we're starting with the under-20 men, and they run over 8 kilometres, which is one short lap and 2 longer laps. We have got 2 laps, 2 different routes here for you in Nottingham. And if you've been to Wollaton Park before, for the English schools last year maybe, or the national cross country in recent times, then you will certainly know this area of Wollaton Park. The under-20 men, as I say, up first, and they are over 3 laps. One of the short laps, which is that blue route in the middle, and around the outside they go for the red loop twice, which is 3 kilometres each, and they have that uphill start but that incredibly fast and picturesque downhill finish with the glorious Wollaton Hall in the background. And you can see just in the distance our 200 or so under 20 men lining up to start us here in Nottingham. And if this is the 5th time you're joining us this season, welcome, because it all started way back in the autumn in Cardiff, as the cross challenge always does, and it ends here today. And we are using the pens because not only is this the cross challenge final, this is the inter-counties championship, so all of the different counties represented, and from England to Scotland to Wales and Northern Ireland, they are here. Teams going to be represented here. Well, we have some great athletes in the lineup. Everybody ready to roll. There's Hampshire as well in the lineup for them today. They've got Dan Shattuck. There's Josh Edwards of Buckinghamshire as well. Some Scottish athletes there. James Dargan was at the front as well, so we'll keep an eye out for him. We know how strong he's been after that fine run at the London International. Callum Smith of Humberside as well. And well, after a quiet weekend 2 Saturdays ago, the English National Cross Country Championship, which was supposed to be held, we've had no rain overnight here in Nottingham. This is what it's supposed to look like over the next few hours. As you can see, a really strong breeze, easterly direction, so they're going to be having a tough battle up the starting straight, and some strong gusts potentially as well, but doesn't look too bad. We are sheltered by some trees here at Wollaton Park, and more on this fabulous ground as we come to it. So a nice morning, as we say, a few fresh legs after the unfortunate postponement of the English National Cross Country Championships 2 weeks ago. We'll be back in Shropshire for that at a date to be announced in September this year. Hope to see many of these young under 20 men, some of which could be there, and the English Schools Cross Country Championships, which some of these athletes may be involved in as well over the next couple of weeks. So this is the British Athletics Cross Challenge Final. It's also the Inter-Counties Championships. All of the counties represented here today. Well, you can see just how they're spread out. Tape being removed from these pens. So the 47 different counties all represented, and out of the pens and up this steep climb they go to kick things off for the cross challenge final. Already just a few athletes starting to drift across and have an idea of where they need to keep their target line, because they are going to be hitting a very sharp left-handed turn as they get towards the top of this course. And Seamus Robinson just on the outside, number 5 there in the mixer too, and Aaron Gebramarim of Warwickshire, 2:30 is there as well. So up the hill they come. Great viewing from the top of this climb. Tough way to start, 10:45 on a Saturday morning, and The course really does look glorious, and a couple of dogs that would love to get involved there as well. But up they go, and away they go. Well, for the under-20s, the scoring for the cross challenge, it's 25 points for a win, and that goes down 24 points for second, 23 for third, and so on. You also get an extra 3 points for a bonus, so if you win a leg you can get a maximum of 28 points. Your top 2 scores from across the first 4 legs of the cross challenge are added to your final score, so that might seem a bit wordy, but to give you an indication, Logan Beagley from Livingston currently leads this year's cross challenge. He was first at the Scottish leg earlier this year, and then he was inside the top 5 at the London, so has a total point score so far of 57, which sees him lead from Quinn Meal-Ingram, who is at the front of this race in the black arm sleeves as well. Keep an eye out for Connor Bell, another Livingston man. He is in third at the moment, so there is a lot to play for, and we will see how this pans out. We're on this first shorter lap to start. It's around 2 kilometres, maybe just a touch less after they've gone up that hill, so nice and steady. There is James Dargan in third at the moment. And the athletes just starting to stretch out at the moment. Ethan Primmett was in there near the front 2, and Archie Bradbury, Nottinghamshire. Just towards the front. And off they go. This slight incline again. It's good support already. Well, this is what they want in these early exchanges. Good bunch at the front, everybody just settling into a rhythm and tucking along. A couple of sharp turns on parts of this course. You can obviously see some of the athletes we've got in this lineup scrolling along the bottom of your screen, so I hope you can spot them as they come past our cameras as well along the course. It doesn't look too bad, does it? Wollaton Park is always so well taken care of. One of the jewels of the East Midlands. Some challenges around parking here today and making it difficult for those perhaps to get here as well. So lots of people bussing in from the city centre, and Gebra Marim is near the front 2. Just a few athletes patiently building their way through this lineup. And I think at the front, Meal-Ingram, just to the left of picture, has ditched the arm sleeves now. Will Walker of Lancashire is in there too. So away they go. Seamus Robinson in that black strip from Avon and Somerset. As they start to climb once again.
the leader out there at the moment. Also wearing number 5 to the 4.
One of those exponential hills where it just seems to get steeper and steeper as they go up and up, and you see the athletes here will be heading back round for their second lap now. So that's around 2 kilometres done, and 2-3 kilometre laps to go. The red loop, as you can see on the right of picture, that's where they're heading now. And James Dargan in the yellow vest, who's such a strong runner, great performances over the last couple of seasons on the track and cross country as well. So away they go. This chicane section can build up a bit of speed after that long, hard slog. Well, Dargan has already got a couple of wins under his belt. Would have really fancied his chances at the National Cross a couple of weeks ago. Unfortunately didn't get the opportunity to race there, of course. He won the South of England Championships back in January, the week before, won at Parliament Hill for the London leg of the Cross Challenge, and English Schools champion as well last year. James Dargan, of course, was only 4th 12 months ago over the English Schools senior race here at Wollaton Park as well, so he knows it well. Freddie Roden of Yorkshire, the rose on his chest with the glasses and the cap on backwards, can't miss him at the minute. They go round, of course, we get an update. 5-2 in the 5-2 at the moment. Looks like that's Freddie Roden. Craig Shannon is near the front as well at the minute. So keep an eye out for him as we get towards the back end of this race. Well, still a lot of running left in this one, and lots of athletes will be sticking around to watch these senior races as we go through the day, of course. And the senior women's race is our third race of the day, 11:30. So we go from the 8K in the under-20 men to the 3K for the under-13 girls, which is up next. That will be an absolute blitz of a race. So Neil Ingram is near the front at the moment, and Roden just tucked in nicely from Abbey Runners up in Leeds. Roden ran a 30:47 10K this year, which is absolutely flying for an under 20, and that is why currently he's with this leading group and in a good place too. A fair few cross-country races this year, 5. This is the next one for the young lad from Leeds. Dargan now just getting to the front. There's Seamus Robinson in the black on the inside too as they come around this long back stretch for the first time really. A bit dry, a bit firmer. I'm sure they've had wetter courses this year. They're used to plodding around on the grass potentially as well. Roden, one of the athletes that finished the Bucks Cross up in Leeds a few weeks back. Finished 37th there, so keep an eye out for him. It's 20th at Parliament Hill for the Cross Challenge 2. Dargan then at the front. Neil Ingram still in the mix. It's a real good honest pace. This back section of the course really does offer great opportunities to just stretch the legs. Nice and straight for large parts of it as well. So some of the key contenders are there at the moment. Could see different vests as well represented. The Surrey boys going nicely. There's team prizes on offer in the inter-county race, which is, well, you can see so many similar vests. Important to work as a team as well. And the athletes today are allowed to be declared by their team manager, their county manager, up to the start of the race. So we are at times going to be unsure about who is exactly racing, but good to see overnight most of the teams have been declared as well, which is a real positive. Well, the athletes here coming towards the conclusion of that second lap, so they still have a couple of minutes to come towards the end of this, and we're just starting to stretch away towards the front. And Gebra Marim is there, Dargan is there too. In the red vest, that's Henry Dover, who has run brilliantly at times this winter. So Matt Pickering, the other Surrey vest. Lottery at this stage as to where we think the result may go, and Matt Geddes is just flying there. There's Louis McCormack as well from Greater Manchester. Good to see them make the journey across, and you can see it does look good underfoot. For now, at least. We'll see what that looks like as we get towards the end of the day. So Dargan from Gebra Marim. Henry Dover's there too, Pickering as well. A lot of these athletes with great experience now competing across the cross-country circuit. Some junior internationals as well. James Dargan, one of those who finished 4th at the European Junior Championships last year. Henry Dover, just a superb run at the Liverpool Cross back in November. Picked up a great win and has continued that across at the start of 2024 as well. Henry Dover, Essex County champion as well. And Henry Dover, of course, the winner of the Under-20 National Cross last year, where he beat James Dargan. So keep an eye out for Henry Dover. He's patient and had a great run at the European Cross too. So Dargan towards the front here. Gebra Marim in the mix for Warwickshire. That's good to see. Will Rabjohns is in there as well from Dorset.
Are you talking to me or Jono? Adrian, it wasn't quite. I can't. John O. Pronounce the O, please.
So leading group then for the other 5 athletes, including Quinn Meal-Ingram, just starting to fade off the back. So we've got Will Rabjohns, Henry Dover, Aaron Gebra-Marim, and then James Dargan. Always tough for these particular athletes that have found themselves just isolated at this point. They are into the final 3 kilometres of this race, so it will start to crescendo very nicely. This is a brilliant section of the course. It's long, it's straight, and goes alongside the Digby Avenue path. Great for spectators as well, can clean boots for a large part, and Dargan at the front. Well, interesting really, the top 3 from the National Cross Country Championships last year. Henry Dover, James Dargan and Will Rabjohns all within this leading group of 4, and have Aaron Gebra-Marim for company. So they were only separated by 17 seconds at the National Cross Bolesworth Castle last year, and they were youngsters then, much more experienced now. Check of the watch from Aaron Gebra-Marim. I'm sure he might have a smartwatch on his wrist, just checking his text messages or emails perhaps, I'm not too sure. Double checking the pace or how long they've got. Sometimes become a little bit deceiving. This back section of the course just here, a little bit more sodden. Quinn Meal-Ingram decides to go through it. Rabjohns has just faded off this lead group, and Henry Dover competing for Essex today, as he just slipped back into 3rd. We haven't seen too much of Aaron Gebra-Marim. He won the Midland Counties Championships, was 4th at the Birmingham League as well. And Gebra-Marim, a bit of a newcomer. But we do often look at the county results to see where people may end up. And he won by almost 20 seconds, Gebra-Marim, at the Midlands at Leamington. Dargan, a look over the shoulder there just to check where he is. So Dargan just with an edge. Gebra-Marim needs to just a bit careful as he's going around those corners, because he was clipping it, and he is getting towards the back end of it now. They have opened up a really strong lead, and the Warwickshire lad just brushing on the shoulder of Dargan there and saying, "I am here, do not forget me," because he is in real close proximity, and these two will be toe-to-toe over the next kilometre or so, because that's what we think we've got left in this one. Henry Dover has faded some 20 metres back and not quite in the same form he was back in Liverpool in December. So Dover, they're in 3rd at the moment. This will not harm his chances. Well, it's a tough one, really, to work out where this may go in terms of the cross challenge overall result. So along this big stretch, as they start to snake their way back towards home, and there is not much life left in this race for James Dargan and Gebra-Marim, because when we pick them back up again, they will be heading towards the finish. Well, here is Henry Dover. being rapidly chased down by Craig Shannon. And Quinn Meal-Ingram just in that white vest, number 163, is tucked in there as well. Well, they'll be working their way uphill, and they will have a very sharp 180-degree turn, and you can see everybody running towards the left of picture because they want to try and see this finish. So Dargan and Gebba Mareem still at the front. And Dargan just slipped back into second. It's Gebba Mareem into first. They've just flown past their camera. We're keeping an eye on Dover here, and he checks behind him to see where Shannon is, and now he has the decline to use all that speed and energy. Well, this is the fight. Gebba Mareem, what a run this is. James Dargan striding for home in second, but for Warwickshire and Birchfield, the inter-county champion will be Aaron Gebba Mareem. And what a run this is. He has looked effortless, so controlled, and has blitzed beyond James Dargan in the latter stages. What a run. And Henry Dover just in the background there, holding on for third. Craig Shannon will get fourth. Quinn Meal-Ingram will get fifth. Just a stop of the watch as they come past the line. Well, that's the difference. Craig Shannon is fully collapsed here. Henry Dover as well. Well, that was Matt Pickering there for Surrey, and he will have done their chances the world of good. Van Aert there as well. Well, we missed the big move from Aaron Gebba Mareem and James Dargan in the end. He was fourth at the English schools on this course last year, up to second this time round. And the inter-counties champion for the under-20 men goes to Aaron Gebba Mareem. Well, Craig Shannon in front of us here looks in a world of discomfort. He is really emptied the tank to get fourth. That's a fantastic performance from him.
There'll be a whistle at 3 minutes. That'll be your first warning. You're not in the bench to get there.
Well,
and then there'll be a 30-second whistle.
First race of the day. We'll have to keep an eye out for the results online. You can, of course, get them as well if you'd like to take a look. Head to results.sporthive.com. They'll be updated as and when, and it will give you an indication of the team results as well in a short minute. But the winner for the under-20 men's, Aaron Gebba Mareem of Warwickshire, only down the road. Great run from him, a newcomer to this cross-country scene in the UK, but he's performed incredibly well here. And this is one of the pinnacle shots, isn't it, really, as they come down from that shoe hall and with Wollaton Hall in the background. Great performance in this opening race. The under-13 girls, which is 3 kilometres, comes up in just a couple of minutes' time.
Another piece of admin info for you. Lost property will be taken to registration. On my watch, I have approximately 3 minutes to the start of this under-13 girls 3-kilometre race. In terms of the cross-challenge places, certainly the top 4 places are closely contested, but it's also equal.
Well, the under-13 girls in their pens and ready to roll. Nice wave there from Bellathi.
Once the race gets underway.
And I think Dad might be on announcing duty around us here this weekend. If not, he's certainly going to be watching on the sidelines. Some smiles, some nervous energy as well. See that wave as well from Jasmine Braithwaite, Nottinghamshire, and Sophie Bolton as well. I'm sure they'll watch this back later. We've got 2 sides to the pens, as you can see. Most of the athletes here this weekend competing for their counties. Around 100 entries that have entered separately as part of the Cross Challenge final and the Cross Challenge series, and they will be running in their club vests most likely. So the club tents are beyond the trees behind these athletes, alongside the registration as well, and teas and coffees and biscuits and all sorts. Well, for a lot of athletes, certainly the seniors, this will be perhaps the last cross-country race of their campaign. There is, of course, the World Cross Country Championships coming up in a couple of weeks' time. We'll talk about that later on when we get to the women's race, which is up at 11:30. This is the under-13 girls. They're running over 3 kilometres. It is one long red lap, and you can see our course map imposed on the screen. Away they go. A couple of quick reactions, some maybe not so quick. Got to be cautious, haven't you, when you're in those 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th spots back in the pen, and they will fly up the hill. So often these young athletes as well, no fear, and really do gun it over the opening couple of 100 metres. Well, the hordes of athletes digging deep. Great to have the support on the course as well. As I mentioned before, a lot of these spectators will have had to find their way here through the buses from the city centre, and up the hill they go. They'll head around the outside in a anti-clockwise direction along this course and head up the long stretch alongside the Digby Avenue path, which is that long right-handed section. on the map. And well, we've had a strong start to the day so far with that great run and competitive final lap between James Dargan and Aaron Gebra-Marim, who took the win for Warwickshire. Looks pretty good underfoot along this section. Benefit of having so many trees here at Wollaton Park. Lovely to see the athletes just meandering their way through. Well, winner of this event 12 months ago was U13 Boys, totaled with 104 points in the end. That's only one more than Caris Wright and Penelope Boyle, who were in second and third. Well, they come towards us now down this long straight section. Good time to build up some speed. That is Summer Smith in the red vest of Essex. And Naomi Walmsley as well of Surrey is with her. Maisie Mullet of Nottinghamshire in there too. Keep an eye out for her. She's had a good campaign so far. Great to see so many athletes here as well. This is only the start of their running and athletics journey. Some of these athletes, of course, find themselves in the next couple of years, English schools on the track, cross country, maybe here we've got some potential future stars. This is where it begins, getting experience of these more senior races and more high profile races. So Summer Smith is there at the front in that red strip. And Naomi Walmsley 5:33 is nicely placed in second at the moment, just following this strong lead by the Essex athlete Summer Smith. She's a Southern champion, Summer Smith. Breaking away from the rest of the field with Walmsley hot on her tail. Maisie Mullet's in the green in Nottinghamshire there too. Georgie Featherstone as well there, Ellie Birchall rather. A look over the shoulder from Summer Smith. Well, she had a good campaign, as I say, winning the Essex County Championships and the South of England Championships. Competes for Brentwood Beagles now. 6th last year. Summer Smith. Walmsley looking good in second too. This race last year won by Cara Gorman, and Summer Smith taking the initiative just to stride away here. Halfway through. And Naomi Walmsley finding herself 10 metres back. It's a really strong surge at halfway from Summer Smith. Looks strong at the moment. Walmsley in a good place. She's got around 30 metres ahead of the athletes in third and fourth at the moment. And we think Maisie Mullet and she's amongst those alongside Ellie Birchall chasing. Naomi Walmsley in second. Aldershot final and district athlete. Second at the South of England Championships. Behind Summer Smith, it was Cara Gorman that took third on that day, and Ava King who was fourth. And Ava King not far from the front of this race either. Maybe can get close to one of those podium placings. So away they go, and this is a great run so far from Summer Smith, who has opened up a huge gap on Walmsley, and Walmsley maybe now just starting to be reeled in ever so slightly. Well, this is impressive from Summer Smith. It will add to her cracking set of performances already this winter. Smith is someone we've not seen at the Cross Challenge Series so far this winter, but she has been performing incredibly well on the school's cross-country scene, of which there aren't many races to get involved with, not only from your local school but the club cross-country leagues as well. Down the slope Summer Smith goes. This is the sprint finish here. Got to be careful to keep controlled as well, and this is Summer Smith striding away to take a fabulous win here at the Inter-County Championships. She will get gold for Essex. The team prize still up for grabs, and Naomi Walmsley is there in second in that yellow vest. She's put a great run in as well, went with that early pace from Summer Smith, who has another look over her shoulder. And Cara Gorman in third after a late charge, but at the front for the gold then, through the tape. All strength, all stamina. It's Summer Smith who takes the win. And there is Naomi Walmsley coming through for the silver. Cara Gorman, of course, as well, there to take that third spot. And Zoe Allen just ahead of Ellie Birchall. Imogen Turner there too, and just crossing the line behind her was Connell as well. The athletes being asked to just move across the finish line. We saw some of the scenes in the previous race with Craig Shannon, who was absolutely spent. Athletes really do give it absolutely everything. Oh, it's a really great shot, isn't it? As you can see them just coming down the hill. Well, great win for Summer Smith. Naomi Walmsley in second, and Cara Gorman there for third, and well, maybe to be expected in the end. That replicates the South of England podium as well, so those three almost exactly the same distance behind Summer Smith as they were at that South of England Championships early this year. So a great performance from all of these young athletes, and we move up the age groups now to those a bit more experienced. This is the senior women who will be running over 8 kilometres. It's exactly the same course as we saw for the under 20 men at the start of the show, and one short lap, 2 longer laps. Ellen Griffiths of East Wales with the good faceplate. And Cox there from Middlesex. Phoebe Barker of Kent as well. So, as I said before, never quite sure who will have turned up, and there is Gemma Steele as well. Former European cross-country champion, Gemma Steele, in the black of Leicestershire. And away we go in this senior women's race. And the athlete in that green strip who is taken to the front already is Abby Donnelly. And Neve Brinson Hubbard just behind her in the Blackheath and Bromley strip. Well, Abby Donnelly had a fantastic performance at the London Cross Challenge, was dominant, thrived on that short course. It's a short course, it was short laps, not short in overall distance. And that's a tough old climb to start things off. Donnelly though, Great couple of runs this year, so she is in good form. Wallace was near the front as well. And Lisa Bailey is there too. Jess Warner-Judd was on the entries. So too Alex Millard. Don't believe either of those two are actually here racing, but we'll have to see once this race just starts to spread out a bit. We'll get a better idea of who is where.
About 24 minutes before the leaders cross the finish line.
And there is our leaders as well. Lauren McNeil, number 653 at the front. Pickford, Derbyshire. Amelia Quirk is there too, just with the gloves and arm sleeves, in around about 4th at the minute. Holly Hayward is there as well. Gemma Steele at around about 11th or 12th at the moment. A couple of Leicestershire vests, I think, in there. So in the black sleeves, white vest at the front, Laura McNeil had a really great tussle with Abby Donnelly in the London Cross Challenge. Donnelly for now just happy to sit in. McNeil Northern champion this year. Amelia Quirk sitting in 3rd, and she's had a great winter too. McNeil was just outside the medals at the National Cross Country Championships last year. Obviously will have missed out on competing a couple of weeks ago. She's always fierce going up these inclines. Short stride just keeps the cadence up, which is really important. Gemma Steele just working her way into the top 10 now. Princeton Hubbard is in there as well. Gemma Steele, of course, Midland champion, county champion, silver at the National Cross last year. To see her here as well, and enjoying and thriving her running well into her 30s. Just missed out, didn't she, last year at Bosworth Castle to that strong, excellent performance from Belgrave's Sarah Astin. So coming towards the end of this first short lap, the blue lap on the course. And run anti-clockwise, as you can see. McNeil taking this one out though. Impressive stuff. Lauren Hayes, another Derbyshire athlete, just in 4th at the minute.
The results are on our online system for the U20 Men, and Debrinaria was winner.
So McNeil from Donnelly, from Quirk and Hayes, This is looking good at the moment from the inter-county team perspective, with Derbyshire 2 inside the top 4. These are all the athletes, as I say, still looking pretty good on the course. And
well, in the leading group, and I'm not surprised here at all, is Abby Donnelly, the European individual bronze medalist who led the...
I see so many different vests as well, all representing in county colours, well, certainly most of them are. Onto the second lap they go. There's Neve Bridson Hubbard, Gemma Steele as well. Well, last few years we've been at Preston Old Hall over in Loughborough for these inter-county championships, and due to a clash with a motor racing event, we have moved a short journey over to Wollaton Park. Obviously it's well known across the cross-country circuit. As the leaders of this women's race come back into view, it is Abby Donnelly just in front at the moment. And McNeil back level. Quirk in that yellow vest on the outside and the white sleeves with the gloves on, just quietly going about our business at the moment. Finally managed to get that gold at the Bucks Championships recently. Lisa Bailey of Surrey in the yellow there, going nicely too. So still early stages in this race. Have to be careful when they're coming down these sloped sections. Need to just control everything. Too easy to lose your footing, although as wet, muddy cross-country races go, this is pretty good so far. Winner of the Women's Cross Challenge 12 months ago was Grace Carson, Irish athlete, Northern Irish athlete. Took a great win at the final. Nancy Scott was in second. Leading things this year in terms of the senior women's competition is Megan Keith. Abby Donnelly, though, assuming she gets within the top two here, she will take the win, and she's in great position to do that at the moment. McNeil, though, metronomic, is ahead along the back stretch of this course for the first time. This is Alice Goodall and Ellie Wallace. Sophie Becky Tarver there as well in the purple strip of Merseyside. And this is strong, a real race at the front. Just get a sense from the cadence that this is quick, and Donnelly, McNeil flying at the moment. Well, this also acts as the trial for the World Cross Country Championships, which takes place in just a couple of weeks' time. 30th of March, so 3 weeks from today. That's in Belgrade. Then we would have the first female from the under-23 race. First British female from the under-23 race at the European Cross Country Championships, which would be Megan Keith. So that's 3 out of the 5 potentially selected, should they all wish to go. And then the first place female from the London Cross Challenge, that was Abby Donnelly. Second behind her then was, of course, Lauren McNeil. And then the next automatic selection would be the first place athletes here at the Inter-County Championship. So Lauren McNeil, if she could take the win here, would put herself in a selection position for the World Cross Country Championships in a few weeks' time. If, of course, any places do remain and Abby Donnelly, Jess Warner, Judd, Megan Keith all decide not to go, well, they would be looking at the top 3 finishes from the inter-county race right here. So Lauren McNeil in a good position at the moment. Donnelly had such a great performance last month, setting that 69-minute personal best over the half marathon. Third at the European Cross last year, Abby Donnelly, and would fancy her chances to go to the World Cross. She was 24th just over 12 months ago. Flying at the minute. There's Holly Dixon of Kent, looking good at the moment, looking strong. Here's Indira Patel, being for Hertfordshire, and Abby Donnelly now has just about broken Lauren McNeil. There's Gemma Steele, closely followed by Lilia Harris of Yorkshire. Kate Esley Morris as well. Bit of sun just starting to shine down on us. And the bottom picture, Abby Donnelly away for the third and final lap. McNeil, who set the pace early on over the first 5,000 metres, now some 20 metres back, and Donnelly, they just notice her arms going out wide. That's just to balance, to manage the rotations and stop her falling as they go down this slope. McNeil, though, still in a great place, and that turn of speed towards the end of the second lap from Abby Donnelly is absolutely incredible. Quirk is still in the mixer, so is Lauren Hayes and Lisa Bailey. It's tough at this part of the race. You've still got 3 kilometres left and you're left isolated on your own. Have to be disciplined not to overcook it and try and go too soon, but disciplined in keeping the cadence, keeping the rhythm going. And it's a bit easier for some of these athletes where they've got a large group in support. And this is the tough section, perhaps, for Abby Donnelly, because she is isolated and everybody behind her can clearly see where she is, and that just gives them a bit of an incentive. You know, it's the horse and carrot. McNeil just keeps that technique, that form, powering away. Well, there's Alice Goodall in third at the moment. Lauren Hayes just behind Amelia Quirk in fifth. There's Ellie Wallace as well. And Nick Britton Hubbard now. That's Sophie Tarver just behind her too. Donnelly, so dominant here. Never afraid to get in and race, is she? 25th at the World Athletics Road Race Championships over the half marathon back in October. She's then since done the European Cross Country Championships, picking up individual medal there. Ran that 69-minute 5-second half marathon personal best in Barcelona last month. And of course, first at the London International. I think she was looking to race at the National Cross before it was postponed a couple of weeks ago. So Abby Donnelly at the moment in great form. Really great to see her progress over recent years as well. Putting herself in that top tier of world distance running. Lauren McNeil facing the brunt of it here, but he's going so well in second too. And Lauren McNeil has to remember she's putting herself in a great position to get amongst that world cross-country team of 5 athletes. Abby Donnelly, one of those automatically selected, alongside Jess Warner-Judd and Megan Keith. Neil ticking over nicely. Alice Goodall looking strong. Real battle on though for 4th to 6th, because Bailey is there, Hayes is there, and Amelia Quirk is there. Amelia Quirk, only 3 years ago now, was 5th at the European Indoors over 3,000 metres. She was just behind Abby Donnelly at the World Cross Country Championships last year. Amelia Quirk, so would have fancied her chances to make the team once again. Former national cross-country champion as well, Amelia Quirk. Holly Dixon just flying past for Kent, and Donnelly coming through this chicane. Well, they are incredibly stretched out, and you just see in the top picture the athletes all striding back Sarah Hollis. Abby Donnelly went a bit like this at the London International. She put in such a strong performance on that day. And now just starting to work her way back towards the finish. She'll run along this flat bottom section and head uphill. Donnelly uphill, being cheered on because she is leading this by a country mile now, and Abby will be delighted if she chooses to go. Her place for the World Cross Country Championships was already nailed on. Last little push, Abby, come on. Almost there up the hill before you can let it rip on the slope towards the finish. And this is a title Abby Donnelly has never finished. We'll see the head-on shot, and that will give us an indication of just how far ahead she is of Lauren McNeil. This is fabulous for Abby Donnelly. Lauren McNeil still in second and now just coming into picture, but Abby Donnelly, she's never won this title. She'll be the inter-county champion. Another podium finish to add to Abby Donnelly's locker, but she takes this senior women's inter-county title, and she will take the cross challenge series and the prize money that comes with that to boot as well. Lauren McNeil, another great run for her, will shoot up the cross challenge leaderboard. I think she'll most likely finish in second now, and just coming through in third. What about this for Alice Goodall of Scotland? Lisa Bailey in fourth, I think that was, or no, it's Neve Brown. Well, the numbers that we have on the list, maybe not quite tying up to what's on there, but Amelia Quirk and Ellie Wallace. But what about that for Abby Donnelly, hey? Taking the title. Her place is booked for the World Cross Country Championships if she wants to take it. Lauren McNeil and Alice Goodall maybe in with a chance should others such as Jess Warner-Jordan, Megan Keith choose not to go, but we will wait and see.
Abby Donnelly, dominant, well judged race. Once she moves to the front, she increased the lead, but a fine run by the champion, Lauren McNeil.
Well, next up, in around 24 minutes time, it is the under 15 boys race. We'll stay with all of the senior women still crossing the finish line.
Did have a message earlier in Spectators are crossing in front of athletes. Please do not do that.
So a reminder once again, you can pick up results at www.shipresults.co.uk. That will certainly give you the order of finishing, and I believe giving the 10th position, the U17 Women, giving you the 10th position. We were trying to pick you the cross-challenge position. So under 13 Girls position, it was the women's record. U15 Women, making off 38 points. Dropped in second place on 77, and short speed on 118. So those were the top three teams in the under 13 Girls. Time, so long as start finish. Once again, crowd in the store. Reminder, £25 is the Manchester Bullies, £15 is the T-shirt, and a lot of other high quality clothing and athletic clothing and equipment at competitive prices. Do you think that if you're making a journey with your feet worthwhile? And of course, Start Fitness is a very generous sponsor now for a number of leagues of Northern Athletics.
Then you can get up onto the flyer. Past the cinema. It's pretty much straight on. Some of these.
Give her a high five when you get back.
Just looking back to the U13 Girls race, I just tried to confirm whether Elliot was running. Well, in fact, he was. Must have been confirmed as an entry fairly late. He finished in his fifth race, fourth was Dolly Allen. But we got the top three. U17 Men, the winner, with M205. No, he won with U17 Men. Started with 11 minutes and 13.
No, none of my kids.
We've also got the senior women. So it was 18 second victory for her over Lauren McNeil with Alice Biddle. In third place, eighth round for Lauren Hayes, and Amelia sixth.
Well, there is the famous Wollaton Hall. I'll talk more about that later on. This is the timetable for the rest of the day, and it all concludes with the senior men's 10-kilometre race at 3:30. But next up in, well, around about 15 minutes time, we have the under-15 boys 4K, which is going to be over two of our shorter laps. So that will be fast and fierce. And we'll be back just before that race, so stay tuned to British Athletics TV for this cross challenge final and inter-county championships. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes.
West came out on top with the U15 kind of finishing on the podium, a successful journey down for the production job altogether. In the under-15 boys race, so under-15 boys, you see start to go round towards the bend. very cool in the 10 area, quite the but it is on the side. But the U15 Boys to start bringing them out to the last minute and getting themselves over ready for that start time, which is at 12:20. And then U17 Women, so 20 minutes after at 12:40. And at 1 o'clock, U13 Men. We've got the U15 Boys with that like the heavy drive. So winner Liverpool and Cardiff Texans at Parliament Hill. We're looking for a strong run for the Great Manchester Big Stage. We're lacking actually winner last year. Winner at Parliament Hill. Looking to the fourth, or essentially to the fourth. Second in Liverpool, second in Great Championship. Behind Ray Taylor, so Taylor is just behind at Liverpool, so directly Taylor's got a step. We are there, even this U15 Boys race, because just over second, so we're able to do that down there, nice and early, with the 10 being around about 3 minutes. So we're again, congratulations to our volunteers and the people. What a superb sort of hard work on Saturday today behind the scenes for making the challenge into the racing and obviously the county final continuation of those races. There were points for the British Cross Challenge for those overall titles. They were going to be points for those final positions. So they're all going to be coming up towards those awards, and also the county individual, but also team results as well. So that's the U15 Boys Cross Challenge. So we're going to flash that. Giving 4 points. Final point.
Trying to spot you in your red vest. Look, there he is.
Whistle that signifies 3 minutes. And when they go off, then that will signal to the U17 Women that they've got 20 minutes. 20 minutes till the U17 Women, with 20 minutes to the race of the U17 Men. Remember, results are on results.co.uk. Well, up at www.co.uk, the results of the senior winning team, a win for Surrey in the old Surrey. From Yorkshire from Kent. So Surrey, Yorkshire, Kent. The top 3 teams in the senior winning race. 3-minute whistle for under 15 boys. Anticipate a stampede over the first part of the course. It is uphill towards the beautiful section of the house. And we're going to go over 2 kilometre lap of this what has been so far a fast course. So we're expecting around 22 marches around the 13-15 mark for the under 15 boys. We're waiting for the final instructions to get them on their way.
Well then, the under 15 boys are about ready to go, and they will run 2 of our shorter laps here at Wollaton Park. Great to see so many vests, and temperature, well, it's around about 9 degrees today. That's the rest of the schedule for this afternoon. See all the names rolling across, and they have that long run uphill towards the grand old hall. Wollaton Hall, of course, has been around for hundreds of years. We started construction on Wollaton Hall back in 1580. Built for Sir Francis Willoughby, and is a real crown jewel. I'm sure many people know now that it was the set location for Wayne Manor in The Dark Knight Rises, which were back in 2011. And it obviously also hosts the Natural History Museum and the Nottingham Industrial Museum within the grounds, and the Wollaton Hall and Park. So several hundred runners have set off for the under 15 boys race. They'll only be running on that shorter blue loop, which runs anti-clockwise, so they're going around that first bend. And already seeing a nice strong start from Evan Grime, of course. Incredibly talented youngster, Evan Grime, setting British age records last year. We've seen him already as part of this campaign here, Evan Grime, and look at this for an early lead. He's running for Greater Manchester here, and seen him race over the 1500 metres indoors once this season. Northern County champion,
Challenging one.
Greater Manchester Schools champion as well this year, and came second in a tight race at the London Cross Challenge. Just lost to Joe Skanes on that day, and well, Joe Skanes, I think he might just be there in this race. Is that maybe Joe Skanes in second? We'll have to see once the numbers come past our screen. You can see this is up towards that sharp section of the course where it links back in with the red loop. Grimes second at the English schools last year over the 800 metres. Finished sixth here last year. Two, the winner of which was George Wilson, now at under 17. And Grime was the highest placing bottom of the age group under 15 last year, so no surprise based on his summer and some of the races we've seen this year from him that he's headed towards the front. So, starting to loop around for the end of this opening lap, and Grime leading. Well, Evan Grime is leading the series at the moment with a win in Cardiff, a win in Liverpool, didn't compete at the Scottish leg, and then second at the London leg. Leads from Callum Dick in the British Cross Challenge rankings. Of course, this is the Inter-Counties Championships, and they have really reeled him in here. Cadence, the speed just slowing down. You can hear the wind. It is a very strong 20+ mile an hour gusts today. And Evan Grime now just slipping back into second, and that is Joe Skanes. Callum Dick in that light blue vest. Well, this is a race of two halves at the moment. Grime out so strongly. I'm sure that felt easy than running slower over that first lap, but Joe Skanes of Kent, and here he is at the front. Callum Dick competing for Scotland West. That's Freddie Rowe for Essex. Well, has Evan Grime got anything left in the tank to try and close the gap on this second lap? It'll be tough from here on out. Skanes, of course, great young athlete. Finished 27th here last year, Joe Skanes. And that is the distance he has opened up. Well, he must have clawed back now something like 100 metres compared to one lap ago, which would, let's say 2,000 metres ago, because Evan Grime is at least 20 metres back here, edging towards 30, and he must have been 50 or 60 metres ahead at this point on the first lap. This is outstanding, really. Joe Skanes has not lost a race so far this year. That includes a park run on New Year's Day, which, of course, park run's not a race, is it? It's all about taking part, but he is only finished first when crossing the line so far this season. Skanes, the England 3,000 metre champion for this age group last year. Just got a really nice rhythm about him, hasn't he, Joe Skanes? He was like this at the London Cross Challenge. He was ticking over steadily and just burnt away from Evan Grime, who has managed to keep those tired legs moving, but Callum Dick, who was on his shoulder, now just fading back a little, and I wonder whether or not the two athletes chasing him, one of which is Freddie Rowe in the red vest, I wonder whether they can try and claw back that distance on Evan Grime. There will be a pack of three hunting, and that makes it so much easier. But there is not a lot of life left in this race. Approaching the final 800 metres. Away they go. Hundreds of young athletes experiencing, for some of them, certainly the Inter-Counties Championships for the first time. Some great support in and around the park. Skanes, though, full of running. Finished 13th here, well, at this Inter-Counties 2 years ago. Would have been an under 13 back then. Evan Grime finished 5th on that day, and it was won by Jake Maber. So Joe Skanes then up the hill for the final time. Evan Grime at the top of the screen, just holding on for second for now, but Freddie Rowe is charging. And Skanes steady at this point. Haven't noticed him looking behind yet. It's a good thing to not get in the habit of looking behind. It certainly builds up that bit of race anxiety. The heart starts working a bit harder as you get more stress thinking people are chasing you. You just need to focus on what you're doing and keep your eyes forward and pin the ears back. And Joe Skanes has done that, not phased at all by the early speed, and that's the point he can really judge how far ahead he is, despite all of the crowd blocking his view. And Skanes then down the hill, building the speed. He has opened up a huge lead on Evan Grime. This is wonderful running from the Blackheath and Bromley athlete in the vest of Kent today, in fine form, and adding to his wins at Parliament Hill, the Kent County Championships, the Southern Championships. Joe Skanes, improving on his 27th place finish 12 months ago, is going to take the Inter-Counties title here at Wollaton Park. What a run, and they are all forming a line behind him, some 60 metres back. That is a great run. Evan Grime being rapidly chased down by Freddie Rowe. He will have learned a few things here today. Evan Grime got out hard and had to run a really painful final 2,000 metres. That is Freddie Rowe. And coming through Barclay Watt, now they all finish in a flourish. Archie Lane there from Leamington, just in 7th, wearing that Warwickshire vest. Warwickshire with a couple inside the top 11, that's pretty good for them. Well, Warwickshire got the win in the first race of the day, but Joe Skeins, the champion at the Inter-Counties for 2024. Well, this is such a fantastic shot. You can see all the athletes storming in. It's so important to try and gain that half a metre or so as you cross the line, because it can jump you not just one but 2 or 3 places and really make a difference for the team standings, and these athletes will know that for sure.
One of the busiest races of the day. So keep moving through when you do cross that line. After it, keep moving down. Look at the numbers, Adrian. It's a sight to see. Cross country is absolutely brilliant, as you say.
Well, the next race for you is the Under-17 Women's race, which will be over 5 kilometres. One short lap and then one long lap. Officials and marshals do such an incredible job of trying to help athletes across the line. Our athletes really, really do push themselves. Hands on heads. Great indicator of the fatigue that they've put themselves through.
5 kilometres.
Take a step back. Right, that's it. Start at the main event. Basically, I walked down to people. Email me, that'd be fine.
Well, around 4 minutes to go until this Under-17 women's race. All in their pens. Scotland are in a great position within the Under-17 women's cross challenge leaderboard. And they occupy the top 2 spots. It's great to see the sunglasses out in March for the racing here.
mum's like, is it just one?
Poppy Neve was really enjoying it in the pen there for Lancashire. Some cold shoulders, I'm sure, but good smiles. Better than being out in the rain. Well, the gloves are off, quite literally there. So they'll run over 5 kilometres. It starts with the short lap and then into the long lap. So it will all be spread out nicely. It is very windy here. The weather in Nottingham today, blustery at times. Certainly breezy. This is the course, if you haven't already seen it. The S to the left-hand side of the screen, that is the start line, which we are looking down on, and it is an uphill sprint in this initial section. They then finish adjacent to the start line here, but we will go around the blue loop anti-clockwise before going around the red loop and finishing on the blue, and then down the black, finishing straight in around about 20 minutes' time. But it is good weather today, and after the disappointing cancellation of the National Cross Country Championships a couple of weeks ago, good to see a slightly firm cross country course. It's getting really difficult to find places that will host these types of events with the many thousand runners. Wollaton Park, always happy to host. Well, if you're just joining us, this is the Under-17 Women's Cross Challenge Final and Inter-County Championships race. It's over 5 kilometres, 1 short lap, 1 long lap, and we do have an interactive map so you can see where our cameras are viewing from the course. And it does bunch up as we start to climb up the hill. It's a really long stretch, and the eagerness within the first 5 or 6 seconds certainly turns to grit and determination. Where they go. Past Wollaton Hall, which is just behind our camera. Not a bad course for viewing either, as there's a lot of dry pavement that you can walk around to see large parts of it. Well, that is Ava James of Sussex at the front in the orange bib. Georgia Bell of Cumbria just sitting in second. And the athlete in third is Bethany Troe of Shropshire. So Ava James, well placed. Winner of this Cross Challenge Series, the British Athletics Cross Challenge Series 12 months ago, was a certain Innes Fitzgerald, who very much dominated the event. Wins in Cardiff, Liverpool and Loughborough. So the two leaders nicely away. It's part of the course which just starts to head back towards the hall, and they're heading in that direction. Good cheers from club mates, teammates, county team managers as well. It takes so many people to put on an event like this, and it's a really great event for the inter-counties. Last few years the Track and Field Championships has been integrated with the English Outdoor Championships. The inter-county cross-country really is, in essence, the British cross-country championships. It obviously incorporates the 4 home nations. So coming towards the end of the first lap. Well, they will start their ascent back towards the hall in just a minute. They are now just doing this little U-shaped section towards the end of the first lap. So a good number of athletes towards the front, 7 of them in the mix-up. And Georgia Bell just slipping back into 3rd. Zara Redmond of Scotland in the light blue is there, has done a nice job in just slowly working her way forward. She currently tops the British Athletics Cross Challenge Series, so were she to finish and place high in this race, I've no doubt that she would get amongst the top 1 or 2, because she got a high place 2nd in Cardiff. She was 2nd in the Scotland, and at Liverpool she was down into 3rd. So sorry, she was at 4th on that one in Liverpool. And anything like those sorts of finishes here, we'll see her take the British Athletics Cross Challenge Series. She's obviously hunting for a double victory, because she's competing for her county as part of the inter-county championships as well. So lap 2 commencing. More changes as well. That leading 3 well clear now.
Victorious there by some 9 seconds.
Sophie Jacobs was leading within that top 3 as they came past us alongside Ava James and Zara Redmond. Good to have a leading group of 3. Just bide their time for the next kilometre or so, because there's still more than half of the race to go at this point, where they've just done the short lap, which is 2 kilometres, and another 3 to go for these young ladies. Here the leaders are as they start to go around this long stretch alongside Digby Avenue within the park, as they move towards the east away from Wollaton Hall and towards the direction of Nottingham City Centre. So nice leading group in the orange. Ava James, Zara Redmond in the light blue, and Sophie Jacobs goes with them. There's Charlotte Dillon. Well, it's a real commitment to getting several of these cross-challenge races. This is, of course, the 5th, and your 2 best scores from the first 4 combined with this race give your total combined score. So, over the halfway point, and just sitting in the front of the race, which is in the bottom picture, settled into a nice rhythm. Zara Redmond is there, and Redmond looking to take the series win. It's reasonably flat along this back section.
Where once again, as with the U17 Men, qualified for the World Championship. And then there's 4
Well, Zara Redmond did win the race for the inter-county title last year. Now she's just starting to break away with Sophie Jacobs from long-time leader Ava James. Redmond, 12 months ago, had a great battle with Shakira King, who isn't here racing today. And Redmond won by just about a second. It was next to nothing in it. It was a great tussle down the home stretch. So Redmond alongside Jacobs. They're just toe to toe at the moment, and they will have one eye really on finishing this strongly. No point committing too much energy at this point, but there may need to be a move. Don't want to leave it all to the sprint finish down the home straight. Need to try and make a move and break your competitors a bit early. Try and just put a seed of doubt in their mind, and that's what Zara Redmond and Sophie Jacobs will be learning the craft of here. Not easy to do. Well, Sophie Jacobs, winner of the Bedfordshire and Buckinghamshire County Championships back in January. Feels a long time ago now, and she just at the moment has the lead. She was 5th in this race last year at Prestwell Hall, behind the likes of Inish Fitzgerald and Zoe Gilbody, and Sophie Jacobs is just starting to trickle away now. There's the move we spoke about, taking that corner wide, and will head up the hill in the lead. Ava James isn't out of it just yet. She sits back in 3rd for Sussex, but coming up for the final time, it is Sophie Jacobs leading from Zara Redmond. Redmond leading the British Athletics Cross Challenge Series. A look over her shoulder just to try and see where Ava James is. Well, this is a big finishing run here from Sophie Jacobs. Zara Redmond, she was 3rd at the Scottish National Cross Country Championships just a couple of weeks ago. And here, shoulder to shoulder now, Zara Redmond has gone up the final stages of that hill with rockets on her spikes, because she has flown past Sophie Jacobs here, and she has the lead for the moment. What can Sophie Jacobs do? Has she got anything to respond? And here they come, down the finishing straight. This is a real battle, and Redmond, who looked out of it 200-300 metres ago, now leading as they strike for home. Ava James back in 3rd. The battle really on for 4th, 5th and 6th. At the front, there's nothing to choose between them, because Zara Redmond is pulling away here. The tongue is out. I think she knows she's got the win. What a result for Zara Redmond. She will take the Inter-Counties title. There is a smile. She knows she's got it in the bag now. She's the Inter-Counties champion for 2024. She is going to win the British Athletics Cross Challenge Series as well. What a run from Sophie Jacobs. She gave it absolutely everything, but didn't quite have enough in the end. Ava James for Sussex in 3rd. What a result. And Scotland with another athlete in the top 10 of that race. It was Ruth Walsh, Jess Inglis as well. So looks like the team title for the under-17 women may well be going to Scotland West. We will have to wait and see. But fantastic run in the final sprint finish, just to have the edge coming into the downhill slope, and Zara Edmond used it to advantage. Great run. Well, as the under-17 women finish up, the under-17 men are about to get underway here at Wollaton Park. Well, they're all smiles and all poses now. I'm not sure they will be in about 6 kilometres time, because based on the other picture, which is the under-17 women crossing the line, it is brutal out there. The wind is battering everyone. So the under-17s seconds away from getting started, all lined up in their pens. Just allows the athletes to filter off the start line. The starting tape will be taken away.
Don't spoil your camera angle view down there.
Sound of the hooter, off they go. You can see them filtering out of those pens up the hill towards Wollaton Hall, and off and away on their first lap. They will do 2 long laps, the red loops. Well, leading the under-17 men's cross challenge rankings this year, it's Ewan Thomas of Carmarthen, who has had some great performances, ran 3 out of the 4 so far. Oscar Schofield of Sale Harrows, who competed in Cardiff and Liverpool. Some great performances on the track as well in the last 12 months. Oscar Schofield, and Harry Maxwell currently sits in 3rd, so keep an eye out for who filters towards the front. Well, it's intriguing, isn't it? Last year's winner of the under-17 men's cross challenge was Craig Shannon. We saw him in a world of pain at the end of our first race, the under-20s, earlier on. He's getting some medical attention from our ambulance team here. He took a great win in Loughborough at Prestwold Hall last year. A nice solid grouping at the front already. Harry Maxwell rather, is there. Everybody pulling away early on here. Good start. Alex Hughes is there. The man with the arm sleeves. He's Finley Goodman from Sussex.
U15 Boys, now up on www.Wollaton.co.uk. The winning quiz dropping off on 55 points.
Well, it's very bunched up in the opening kilometre or so here. Nobody really coming away. Harry Maxwell in the sunglasses towards the front. Rob Price in the red shorts and black vest. Clark is here too. Drummond Clark, nicely positioned in that white vest on the outside. So hundreds of athletes then down the long back stretch. Could see so many different vests and different running styles as well. You learn a lot just from watching people run. Some of the efficiencies and maybe inefficiencies as well. These young athletes though, still developing, still maturing and still growing, a lot of them. Pride at stake for their counties as well, trying to get so many of these athletes as high up as possible to try and count towards their scorers. Rob Price at the front. Price, the Cheshire County champion this year. And so at this point they just start to head back towards the end of their first lap and towards the hall. Well, it's a quick course out there today, not traipsing through mud. It's a lot better than Prestwold Hall was 12 months ago. Changing lead as Price has just moved back a number of places. Just coming up the hill here is Alden Collier. Maybe no surprise there. Winterslow Eton and Hounslow athlete. Well, he's placed well. Harry Maxwell too is in the mix near the front. Got a leading group of 4 here, spearheaded by Alden Collier. Well, Alden Collier, real talent. And he is with this leading group, which includes Harry Maxwell in the sunglasses. Heading on for their second lap here. James Alexander of Scotland West is there. And with 3,000 metres to go, Collier, Alexander, Maxwell and Ewan Thomas. As I mentioned earlier on, he leads the under-17 rankings this year. Good second from Thomas at the London Cross Challenge. Collier currently sitting 10th in the Cross Challenge Series this year. He's only ran in Cardiff and London, which is the only leg he's won this year. Cardiff for Alden Collier, not quite his best finish, back in 16th on that occasion, was the clear winner at Parliament Hill, 2 seconds ahead of Ewan Thomas. Harry Maxwell was 20 seconds behind him. So still a chance for those athletes to find their way up the rankings. Schools International 1500 metre champion last summer as well, Alden Collier. It's a wonderful part of the course, relatively flat, it's quick, it's straight. Allows the athletes to just
So coming up to 12.
Open up the stride length and
They are way into the second.
start to think about pulling away. And I think we've now just lost Ewan Thomas towards the chasing group. We have indeed. He's now something like 7th. So our front three of Alden Collier, James Alexander and Harry Maxwell, who has been there from the very start, has Maxwell. Set his stall out early on, got to the front, wasn't interested in playing any games, and Collier looking really good too. It's a great rhythm, great pace on this race at the moment. No, Maxwell won the Southwest Inter-Counties back in January. He was 3rd in the race, as I said before, at Parliament Hill. Went nicely over the 3,000 metres at the English schools too in Birmingham last summer, where he finished 5th. Maxwell finished 5th on this course at the English schools last March, almost 12 months ago. So we've matured a lot, got a lot fitter, a lot stronger, and knows what it takes to be near the front of the race at Wollaton Park. And he at the moment is in the mix within the top 3. This is a really great pack. You can just see that they're almost all synced into their similar rhythm. Collier with the edge at the front, nothing to read from that at the moment. But a couple of looks over the shoulder from Harry Maxwell, maybe just suggesting that he's starting to feel the pinch. Is this James Alexander getting to the front? James Alexander 4th at the Scottish National Cross Country Championships 2 weeks back. Finished 4th in Liverpool, James Alexander. So again, another athlete that knows how to battle at the front of these types of races. That is Maxwell and Alexander. Collier nowhere to be seen as he just started to pull away maybe here. He's out of shot at the moment. But they'll be coming round this horseshoe section with Harry Maxwell just ahead of James Alexander. And here goes James Alexander at the front now. Just a surge. Alden Collier has drifted back into 3rd, and it was Alexander that made the initial move. This is his 2nd up the hill, needing to dig deep here. This is a great place to try and break free, because it is so hard to try and chase somebody uphill, and Harry Maxwell is finding that out right now. This is tough, and James Alexander for Scotland, 6th in the British Athletics Cross Challenge rankings, looking to take an Inter-Counties title here at Wollaton Park. A couple of strides to go and he can roll downhill. Maxwell is some 20 metres back now. That's a great surge, and he needs to keep on top of it here, James Alexander, because he leads for the moment. But look at that lead. I think Collier's drifted back into fourth as well, and you see the lead being blown across the course. That's the conditions they're having to contend with as James Alexander strides away once again. Here he goes at Wollaton Park for Scotland. He will take the Inter-Counties title in the under-17 men's race. What a finish, just pushing the pace in the final 1,000 metres, and it is James Alexander that takes the title for 2024. Look at that determination in the eyes. Harry Maxwell goes one better than he did in London, and well, they're all coming across the line now. Fantastic run. And Johnson Hughes from Yorkshire was the man coming through for third. Great sprint finish to get past Alden Collier that faded badly down the home stretch into sixth place. That was tough for him. You never know what you're going to have on a cross-country day. It's tough. It can really hurt, and today perhaps one of those days, but not for James Alexander at the front. Those two late surges just pushing beyond Harry Maxwell. Well, our next race in 17 minutes time is the under-13 boys. They'll be racing over 3K, which is one long lap. So congratulations to James Alexander, Harry Maxwell and Johnson Hughes. Top three then in this Inter-County Championship race and British Athletics Cross Challenge final.
For the team title, checking for the point that's coming up, Green Beacon, after drive, following class one, that is it, 5 minutes away from under-13 boys, the under-13 boys, the race number 6 of our programme, going on for 1:25, James Alexander there, who got his West Athletics fantastic win. The 13 boys line up 3 kilometres, class-based winning the total last year against Bradley. That's been Holt, Surrey, who helped his team to the team bronze medal. Noah Homer, Portland, was taking the bronze. The gold medalist from Derby, who takes his under-13 boys to Michael for the 5th year after 3 minutes or so. One lap ECPXG, 1 3-kilometre lap that we saw the U13 Girls going over flew round it in about 11 minutes to similar for the under-15 boys as well. And the under-17 men are going to their finishing line. The more teams scoring in all those over 2 times. The under-13 boys are on the start line. They're finally done.
Well, then the under-13s on the start line, the tape's been removed. They are in the pens, raring to go. 3 kilometres this one. Couple of cold shoulders. Some smiling faces as well. Nottinghamshire on home turf.
And then probably 100 odd years ago, whether it's how many
Great to see them all enjoying the camera action. Sussex are ready to go, that's for sure. Come on, Worcestershire. Warwickshire there as well. Just getting down the alphabet, I think. And sole Herefordshire athlete on his own, on the outside. It's Henry Lewis. And away they go in this under-13 boys cross-challenge final and inter-county cross-country championships. Several hundred here, raring to go. Always starting with an eager footstep, and uphill they meander their way. Well, they will only be running one lap. It is the long lap here. Just starting to settle into a rhythm. That's the one benefit of this slope. It takes the eagerness out of your legs quite quickly. Helps settle you into a bit of a rhythm. Well, the athletes who lead this year's Cross Challenge series, we've only got a few of them that have done more than 2 races. That's how many you need to be counted towards the final. Adam Paget of Rushcliffe took the win in Scotland and has got us so far a total of 58 points, taking the 2 best scores, which were 27 points from Liverpool and 28 from Renfrew, the Scottish leg. And he leads. Sam Deary as well, Giffnock North, and Cian Dick of Giffnock North as well. So those 3 are perhaps the 3 to keep an eye out for. There's obviously 2 potential prizes on offer, the inter-county title and the Cross Challenge Series win, both of which are incredibly important. Most athletes here competing in the colours of their county. So settling in as they head along this long stretch of Digby Avenue, just adjacent to the path on the left of picture. Winner last year for the under-13 boys was Rory Lang. He managed to compete in all of the races and by 4 points in the end. It's double points on offer at the Loughborough. Oh, sorry, the Cross Challenge final. Loughborough, where it was held last year, Prestwold Hall. Change of venue this year after a number of years at Prestwold Hall, which was hosting a motor racing event today. So we have moved the short distance across the East Midlands to Wollaton Park, which is no stranger to hosting top class cross country. It held the English schools last year, and in recent times the national as well. National was last held here in 2020, weeks before we went into the COVID-19 pandemic lockdown. That young lad there obviously having a tough day out. Hope he's okay. It's going to take a bit longer for this race to get strung out. We're a kilometre in at this point. That is Theo Creed at the front.
Had it second in Liverpool, Scottish champion. At the moment, currently in that top three in this under-13 boys race. Looking out also for the
Creed with a compelling lead at the front here. Another Surrey athlete, Ed Cunniff, behind him. Just there, Thomas McCarthy as well. Well, Theo Creed with a really strong start here, and he currently has the edge. So Creed in a good place. Hercules Wimbledon athlete. To be a silver medal at the Surrey County Cross Country Champs and was fifth at the South of England Champs as well. So building nicely. Tall, rangy runner for a under 13. Will be competing as an under 15 over the track this summer. Chance for him perhaps to look his place in the English Schools Track and Field Championships. The other yellow vest behind, that's Ed Cunniff, second at the South of England Champs. Paper not too much to choose between him and Theo Creed, but it is Creed at the moment who is leading and is heading back towards the finish. Flying past the screen there. There is Cunniff, who got the better of Theo Creed by 13 seconds at the Surrey County Champs 2 months ago. Not quite the same story here, and you can see that distance is the way along the bottom section of the shoehorn, and we'll just in a moment turn left and head his way up towards Wollaton Hall. But this is really smooth at the moment for Theo Creed. So Creed here, dominant. Got to the front in the opening half mile and has just slowly turned the screw and got to the front. Kept pushing the pace, and he has got hundreds and hundreds of people here in front of Wollaton Hall clapping him home. And he doesn't look too stressed yet, and I haven't seen him look behind, which is a great sign of an athlete that is in control and not panicking. You don't want to panic. You need to keep calm in these moments, because otherwise that's when you can make mistakes and you start burning unnecessary energy. And you've seen the athletes, when they're crossing the line, they just start to bundle into a heap and fall flat into the mud. That just goes to show how hard they're working. You don't want to burn any excess energy. And around this tree and down the hill, Theo Creed will go, and Ed Knief is still there in second. And just look at this lead. What a view that is. Dominance from Theo Creed. He has the full course in his wake in front of him. The young man, Theo Creed, is running brilliantly at Wollaton Park. He is going to take the Inter-County cross-country title for 2024. What a performance this is, and he is cantering across the line and now finally decides to take a look behind him. He will not see anyone there. Ed Knief is nicely positioned in second, and Tom McCarthy in those long black shorts is going to come through to take third. It's 3 yellow vests. It is Surrey, and then the North East in third. And that is a great finish as well. Late surge from Oliver McDonald and Tom Hennessy as well inside the top 5. But at the front, Theo Creed, Ed Knief, and then it was Tom McCarthy that came through to take third. Fantastic running from Theo Creed. Keep an eye out for him over the summer. He has certainly got a lot of potential going forward, and this is a brilliant shot of the finishing straight. Hundreds and hundreds of young athletes getting the opportunity to run at this historic venue and this historic race as well, and I'm sure they'll remember their first time here at Wollaton Park for the Inter-Counties and Cross Challenge final. Well, next up in 9 minutes time we have the Under-20 Women's race. They will be running 2 long laps, 6 kilometres, and there are spaces up for grabs for the World Cross-Country team for Great Britain, and more on that in a minute. So we'll be back at 1:45 with the Under-20 Women's race here from Wollaton Park.
That's the under 15 girls. Hop up to senior men.
We are now up next is the U20 Women. Now shortly the quarter final to
Well, if you're wondering what the conditions are like here in Nottingham, it's a bit blustery at times. This is the rest of the schedule for today. Only 3 races to go. Next up it's the under-20 women's, and then the under-15 girls, and then we finish with the senior men. So still 2 races where the selection for the World Cross Country Championships in 3 weeks' time are still up for grabs.
Like a walk past it.
Used it in one of the Batmans. This was the Batman's home.
If you watch
the film, no, but they used this building as a
Yeah, they'll just walk in the
Yeah, exactly. That's definitely around. Like,
everyone fucking day, I think.
the guy just fell over like that. Yeah, the guy just yeah. I've seen him at Hampton
Well, away they go in the under-20 women's cross-challenge final inter-county championship race. 2 laps of 3 kilometres each. They're doing the long red loop on our course to the right of picture, and 201 on the entries for this. Well, 2:3:52 in that blue vest of Devon is Innes Fitzgerald. And in the long leggings and the red vest of Cumbria, that is Jess Bailey. And Innes Fitzgerald, perhaps unsurprisingly, at the front and striding away. So, early stages. And this season, Innes Fitzgerald leading the cross challenge rankings in second there. That's Eliza Nicholson in the blue. She put in a great performance at the cross challenge in London. She got second, so 9 seconds back from Innes Fitzgerald in that, where Jess Bailey was also third too. So lots happening. Lots of people to keep an eye out for, and Innes Fitzgerald is once again on course for British Athletics Cross Challenge Series win. She has won in Cardiff, won in Liverpool, didn't compete up in Scotland, and then won in London. So that's the maximum points she could get of 59. Take the top 2 scores from the best 2 finishes, and then that gets added to this final race here at Wollaton Park right now, and Ines Fitzgerald out on her own. Always runs hard. And then Nicholson, some 10 or 15 metres back at the moment.
And she was for the under 17.
Tasha Phillips is there as well.
Keep an eye on 2481. I hope she's out there, but definitely athletes are going to be
well, that's the leading group of athletes. Almost 200 more trailing behind them. Bit of sunshine in Nottingham right now. Well, Fitzgerald this year, she would have been looking to take another national cross-country title 2 weeks ago before that race was postponed. She would fancy chances of that in September, I am sure. She won the Southwest Schools Championships back in February, and has a nice lead at the moment. Well, she did win at Prestwold Hall 12 months ago by over 1 minute. That was an incredible run. The most dominant perhaps ever seen Ines Fitzgerald. Zoe Gilbody was second that day. That was in the under-17 race. So Fitzgerald, who was undefeated in cross-country in 2023, and is so far undefeated in cross-country in 2024 as well. She won the European title back in December in Brussels. Of course, this race also acts as a trial for the juniors for the World Cross-Country title. Our under-20 women's team victorious in the team event as well back in December, but qualification for the juniors for the World Cross in Belgrade in a couple of weeks' time, or in 3 weeks' time to be exact. Well, the top 3 male and female athletes at this weekend's race here in Wollaton Park will be automatically selected, and the remaining place will be filled by a criteria within the selection policy that comes down to a multitude of things, previous experience, results, etc. So worth keeping an eye out for who finishes in 4th and 5th here, because they may be putting themselves in a great position as well. Ines Fitzgerald, question marks over whether she will go. She obviously has strong views and really committed views, which is incredibly admirable in terms of flying abroad and things like that. She would have to use trains to get to Belgrade, so still not sure whether she will fancy her chances there. Lottie McLaren looks like she's still in second. Eliza Nicholson is in second at the moment. So Ines Fitzgerald, Jess Bailey, who real talent as well, so keep an eye for her. She's in the top 5 at the moment in this race. Jess Bailey was 8th at the European cross-country champs back in December. A few new faces to the team if we go to the World cross-country championships with a full 4. I suspect we will.
Another member of that gold medal winning team is the European Under-20 club, where the anchors to their Northern Ireland, 15 goals, finishing in 13th place, the first Olympian athlete, so really well done.
So Fitzgerald, here she is, rocking the pigtails today. Looking really strong here, as always. Coming to the end of her first lap here, Fitzgerald. It could be a real great tussle for her at the World Cross. Obviously, Fitzgerald turned down the opportunity to compete last year at the Bathurst World Cross. Obviously, all the way over in Australia, and the concerns around climate change and travel of that distance. And there's a look over the shoulder of Innes Fitzgerald, just to see the distance behind everybody else is, and I'm not sure she would have caught much glimpse. Fitzgerald. And there's the chasers. Jess Bailey looks to be amongst them. That is Eliza Nicholson leading. Oh, it's Nicholson who sits in second at the moment. Lizzie Wellstead is in there for Essex at the moment, with Lizzie Wellstead. So this bottom right picture just gives you a really great indication of where Innes Fitzgerald is in comparison to the rest of the field. Nicholson working incredibly hard, those arms in the black sleeves, swinging and oscillating by her side. She's got those pink socks on as well. Can't miss her from here. And Jess Bailey, who was just slowly pushed away towards the front of the chasers, and now sitting in third, which is a great position for her to be in. The field now on this second lap just starting to get spread out a touch. Fitzgerald keeping things ticking over at the front.
Looks very much, doesn't it, the fact that
She does have some of the senior men who are warming up at the moment for company.
100 metres.
Look at Nicholson in the background with Jess Bailey and Natasha Phillips for company. She's working so hard and moving really, really well. And, well, there's not much to say about Ines Fitzgerald that hasn't already been said in terms of her running style. She gets to the front hard and committed. It would be so good to see her in 3 weeks' time in Belgrade. Jess Bailey, well, she was fourth at the Commonwealth Youth Games last year over 3,000 metres. Just missing out on a medal, where Eliza Nicholson, he's leading her in this race in the blue vest and the pink socks, she picked up the bronze. So two athletes that are used to competing for podium places. There's the grimace on the face of Ines Fitzgerald. Another look behind the shoulder just to see where everyone is. Just see how strongly her hair is blowing in the wind. This gives you an indication of how blustery it is out on the course. We showed you the weather and the conditions earlier. Really strong easterly direction wind here. Gusts of up to 25, 26 miles an hour. So Ines Fitzgerald coming to the conclusion of her race here at the Cross Challenge final, where she will book in another Cross Challenge win. It's a great prize fund as well for a young athlete like Ines Fitzgerald. So Fitzgerald on the final stretch, and she is led from the gun, and after that initial incline towards Wollaton Hall has flew around this course. It's fairly firm out there today. You can see a bit of mud on the legs just flicking up behind her as well. But it's not the worst cross-country Ines Fitzgerald will ever faced, and this is such a strong run. The battle, though, really for second, third and fourth at the moment between Natasha Phillips, Eliza Nicholson and Jess Bailey. And they will come back into shot very shortly. This is the final climb for Fitzgerald. There's Nicholson, Commonwealth Youth Games bronze medalist over 3,000, and looking for another great finish here in Nottingham. Fitzgerald Digging deep up here. She's broken the other chasers as well. But it's not over yet for Eliza Nicholson. Still a lot of work to go, and things can change very rapidly. And Natasha Phillips not too far behind her. And there is Fitzgerald, another look behind her, just trying to see where everyone else is. Panic mode starts to set in. You can't quite tell how clear you are, but Ines Fitzgerald will know. She's always a distance ahead of the rest of the field. She was at the Euro Cross Country Championships in December. She has been throughout the Cardiff, Liverpool and London legs of this Cross Challenge Series, and here in Nottingham she's going to win by a clear margin once again. And the question is, will she head to Serbia in 3 weeks to try and take on the world? Because Ines Fitzgerald is the best Britain has to offer in the under-20 women's category. There is no one better. She is always dominant, and she has dominated here once again under the shadow of Wollaton Hall. And Ines Fitzgerald is your Inter-Counties champion for 2024. She's the British Athletics Cross Challenge Series winner, and again it is Fitzgerald that takes the title. Well, Nicholson sprinting for second. She will guarantee her spot on the plane to Serbia. She has done it again, and a great run for Natasha Phillips to take third. Jess Bailey just across the line now in fourth. Well, she will have to wait and see whether she's done enough to make the team as the fourth runner, but I suspect she's in a great position to do so after her 8th place at the European Cross in December, and she's of course mountain running champion of the world as well. There is Lizzie Wellstead across the line for Essex, running through the line. Most athletes have been collapsing over it today. That's great from her. And the next race, up and away. And it is the under 15 girls who'll be racing over 4 kilometres. Under 15 girls leading the British Athletics Cross Challenge Series is Olivia Forrest, and I think Olivia Forrest, I can just see to the right of the picture. So they're being 2 short laps in this under 15 girls race. Could be a real battle on this under 15 race between Olivia McGee, Olivia Forrest, and Rose Whitworth as well. Well, a couple of athletes having a tough time getting up after finishing the under-20 women's race. They really do expend every ounce of energy. And this is Olivia McGee. Maybe just wants to settle in a bit here, because as we saw in the earlier race where Evan Grime, who opened up a huge lead in the opening stages, suddenly found himself being reeled back in over the second lap. That was the under-15 boys as well. So McGee has a lead, maybe just wants to bide her time and be patient. Olivia McGee, Midland County champion this year. Well, she's just had a question about where they're running, and I get a feeling here that they might have just gone on the longer, slightly longer loop, but we will see. Well, they had just done a slightly extra loop that they weren't going to do. This is linked them up with the under-20 women's race, so they should have missed out this D section of the course. If we see the map in a moment on screen, I'll be able to point it out to you. And that sort of U-shaped bit where the red loop links up to the blue is the extra segment that the under-15 girls have just done, so hopefully they missed that out. But we will see. McGee was second at the cross challenge up in Scotland earlier this year, was one of the Warwickshire schools as well, done a few indoor races too, so she's in good form. She's the English schools champion last year too, Olivia McGee. Well, we've still got a few athletes finishing the under-20 women's as the under-15s come past them. Well, that is Olivia Forrest in the pink and yellow socks. McGee now just starting to fade back slightly. Forrest taking the lead. That's not unexpected. She is a cracking young runner. Hale of West Wales is just on her shoulder in second, and Kitty Scott of Surrey in third. So at the end of lap one, it's Olivia Forrest that leads. Olivia Forrest won the cross challenge in London. She won it in Scotland. If she could win here, it would be 5 5, which would be an incredible performance. Libby Hale competed in Cardiff and Liverpool, where she finished second in both of those. She's in second at the moment. So the top two currently toe-to-toe. Well, Forrest has done a lot already this year, as I say, plenty of cross countries. The Essex and Eastern Indoor Championships over 1500 metres, which she won just a few days back. Hale going nicely in second. There she is, in the vest of West Wales. Just wonder here whether they'll run the slightly shorter segment or whether they'll run this U-shaped loop that they shouldn't have done previously, because they've just run a bit of an extension previously on that first lap. And now they do indeed come a bit shorter. So just missing that red U shape at the top of the map. And Forrest is leading. So the two at the front, Forrest from Hale, and a couple of spectators choosing almost the wrong moment to cross the course. You have to be so careful. There's the reason that there's the tape across, and people need to bear that in mind. But Libby Hale, Welsh cross-country champion, from just a couple of weeks ago. She was second at the England Indoor Championships as well. Silver medalist over the 1500. And she was beat by Olivia Forrest on that day. It was only a few weeks ago now, but I remember calling that one up in Sheffield. Olivia Forrest winning by 13 seconds. That was a huge run. Real talent, Olivia Forrest, and so is Libby Hale, and they're on for a strong finish here at Wollaton Park, our penultimate race of the day. And toe to toe they go. So the Liverpool Cross Challenge back in November, Forrest won that race by 14 seconds from Libby Hale. Kissy Scott was in third that day, Olivia McGee was in fourth. It might be the exact same finish here, but Forrest has her work cut out because Libby Hale is hot on her heels as they come up the hill for the final time and will turn 180 degrees and head towards the finish. Forrest, a few more races in the legs this year than Libby Hale has, and has that extra experience of how to finish it off. They'll remember standing on the start line in Sheffield last month at the England Indoors. It was Forrest that took the win then. She's taken the win so many times this winter, and just digging deep And maybe now she's broken the challenge of Libby Hale. There's still a lot of work to do as they turn and come down the hill. Forrest now can just open that stride. She's got a 15-metre lead. Battle on for third. But it is Olivia Forrest leading. And what a run this has been. We didn't expect it to be perhaps so close. Olivia McGee took the early lead and stretched the field out. They did that slightly longer loop on the first lap, but the second lap has been Hale against Forrest, and it is Forrest coming down this home stretch who will take the win here at Wollaton Park. She is so strong. She doesn't get beat very often. And Olivia Forrest, in front of this Nottingham crowd, will take the Cross Challenge Series win and the Inter-County title. What a run from Olivia Forrest. Another medal for the locker. She got the bronze medal on this course at the English schools. Last year, Olivia Forrest. Today she takes gold in the Inter-Counties. Libby Hale with the silver. And coming through, it's Kitty Scott. Great performance from her as well. And looks like who is that coming across the line now for fourth? Olivia McGee just faded in that second lap despite such a strong start. Capola Johansson finishing in fourth. And that's Georgia March in fifth there, and McGee now just crossing the line before bundling into a heap. Well, what a tussle that was between Forrest and Hale. Olivia Forrest getting another win, another title to add to her extraordinary collection so far as an under-15. Expect we might see her at the English schools in a couple of weeks. Well, the senior men's race is in 10 minutes time, so we'll leave with the pictures of the under-15 girls finishing across the line and the senior men's race with potentially places up for grabs at the World Cross Country Championships to come. So only one more race for you from Wollaton Park, and that starts in 10 minutes time.
They got two small laps and then two large.
out, or that will allow south out, but crowd has been to the around 4 seconds. For £10, making it much easier for them to get played up their back, along the back up to the northeast. Minutes away from the start of senior men who were lining up just to the side of the bench before being allowed in to the start area. This is the last one of the event, which is winning of this on the playing field over for the end of the month. Will be moving up to the large one behind the headed wings right now to go to Hampton. Tom Evans yesterday, running that race in third place, but Evans is here today to tap the hit. So have a good one right in the rest of us is easy long round. So on Hampton, the blank again, sorry. So we're still around for the 50 points whether they can get to the 5 minutes away from the start of our being allowed to the start area for 2 minutes, then the start area on the start of our last race today. U13 Girls, country style.
So that's today's schedule, and there is only one more on the tick list. It is the senior men's race here from Wollaton Park, the British Athletics Cross Challenge Final and Inter-Counties Championship. A lot of great athletes in the lineup for the senior men, potentially places on offer for the World Cross Country Championships as well. Well, here are some of the teams. If you're just joining us, welcome to the final race of the day. Some blue sky above us here in Nottingham. There is Tom Evans, the ultra runner, with that headband on. Keep an eye out for him later. Finished second here last year. Conditions are pretty good. James Kingston in the cap there, in the blue of Kent, the still reigning national cross-country champion. Well, after some of the weather, the wet weather we've had in the last couple of years, in the last couple of weeks rather, and it is great to see some sunshine here in Nottingham. There is a strong breeze, and when I say breeze, we're talking gusts of up to 25 miles an hour. Nice massage on the front there as well. Jack White getting a shoulder rub. So some sun descending on us. These pens helping the athletes filter out. The race scheduled to start at 2:30 p.m, so less than a minute's time, and they will go bang on time. Couple of whippets watching, and then there's a couple of whippets on the start list for this race. Well, we'll take you through the main runners and risers as things get underway. The tape is removed. Athletes getting ready to roll.
Did you have a shot? What was my shot?
And away they go. It's always a fierce start.
I wasn't really concentrating, as you said. The last time to give me a dog.
I don't think we've had any fallers at the start today, and that's on one hand thanks to the pens. So first climb, the athletes will run 10 kilometres. It is 2 laps of the short blue loop and then 2 laps of the long loop. 2 kilometres each for the short and 3 kilometres each for the long. And Tom Evans is already near the front alongside James Kingston. Brilliant vantage point from up high here by the hall. Jack Miller flew past the screen as well at the front at the minute. See them going around for that first lap. They head left past this big tree, which takes them on the short loop. Jack Miller there just at the front in 4th. That is Tom Evans. Nally is there too. This is a quick surge forward. Just hear the wind there as well. That is what these athletes are going against. You just see the tape around the course is blowing heavily. Dylan Evans of Middlesex just next to Tom Evans there.
senior men, still 11, 3110.
Well, already starting to stretch out on this opening lap. 2 short laps, 2 long laps, so it will stretch quite quickly. Everybody's still in the mix at the moment near the front. It's important not to get too eager in these opening stages. You need to be in a good position and just keep agile so that you can potentially spot any moves later down the line. But you don't want to try and break too early. And it's important not to get too worried if you find yourself maybe outside the top 5 or 10. It's always good to have a number of athletes to chip away at. So Tom Evans in that headband. Looks like Jack Miller is just there on his shoulder as well. Dylan Evans, who made that bit of a surge, has now slipped back into, I think, 7th place at the minute. Finn McNally in 2nd. Alfie Manthorpe in that Sheffield vest, not competing for his county here. The end of this first short lap. Well, despite having the start list for the counties, we're quite sure who is absolutely going to turn up. No guarantees, of course.
That gives you the top 6. These things they have. And we could say that there was quite a lot of old gold there that's coming in.
Well,
At the front of the field and Surrey.
it's turned into a rather glorious day in Nottingham. This is, of course, the 5th and final stop on the British Athletics Cross Challenge Series. Jack Miller is at the front with Tom Evans. Jamie Crow is there in 3rd as well. So Jack Miller, who was 3rd at the Midland County Championships, where Tom Evans finished 1st. So those two well aware of what the other has in the locker at the minute.
In terms of the U13 Girls team result, Yorkshire in 3rd place, Stanley on 104, Surrey on 72, and Scotland, the under-15 girls team result. So Scotland have had a very
Cameron Allen in that yellow vest is there too. Well, they're giving this a good go early on. 6 of them chasing. The man in the cap and the blue vest for Kent is Tunbridge's very own James Kingston, the reigning national cross-country champion, had a great tussle with Jack Gray at the Inter-Counties last year as well. And coming to the end of this second lap, we'll have 2 longer laps as well, still to come. So it's tricky at this stage to get a picture of where things might go in terms of people to keep an eye out for in there. Jamie Crow, the smaller figure in the black vest just in the middle of that leading 5, is currently heading up the Cross Challenge leaderboard this year, and Crow's had a good campaign. Got the win at the Scottish Cross Challenge. He sits 3rd in the British Athletics Cross Challenge Series, which is currently led by Scott Sterling, who has competed in the first 4 meets. Hugo Milner is 2nd, not here of course, despite his 2 wins at Liverpool and London, and then Jamie Crow, who is in 3rd. So Jamie Crow in a good position at the minute, will fancy his chances. He was 4th in London, Jamie Crow. So the 2 short laps are now done, over and done, and that means we will be heading on our first 3K loop, the first of 2 3K loops, so not even halfway yet. Alfie Manthorpe, who was in that leading group, is 10th at the London Cross Challenge, finished 7th at the UK Indoor 3,000 metres a couple of weeks ago, also finished 3rd at the Armour 5K, so he is in good form, he is quick at the moment. Bit of cross-country experience this season too, and finished well at the European Cross in December, so going well at the moment. Just see the hundreds and hundreds of athletes going past our cameras, beating down in the sun. The pace is honest with the leaders now. Well, over 12 minutes gone. Certainly approaching the halfway point. James Kingston. And Kingston is there at the front, alongside Cameron Allen, Tom Evans, Jamie Crow. Scott Sterling is up amongst them as well, so perhaps as expected, as I say, he's led the... Well, he's currently leading the Cross Challenge series, so he's in a good place to take the prize pot. Sterling, second at the Scottish National Cross Country this year. Just on the outside of that leading group in the bottom screen. It's a really strong group. All the main contenders you would perhaps expect to be in and around it. Alfie Manthorpe has just drifted out of that leading group and sits somewhere around 12th at the moment. So Tom Evans at the front. Cam Allen is there. James Kingston is there, looking good. Despite that win last year at the National Cross, James Kingston didn't quite have the legs at the Inter-Counties to do the double. Finished 7th on that day. It was Mohammed that took the win from Tom Evans, and then Jack Gray was in 3rd. Jack Miller was 5th 12 months ago. But it's a group effort at the front at the moment. The lead just cycling and changing, and I think that's Jamie Crowe just slipping off the back slightly. Cam Allen in the yellow vest in 5th. Kingston 4th. Then Sterling in 3rd. Evans with the headband in 2nd. And there is Jack Miller too. As I say, 5th last year in this race. Jack Miller. Tom Evans, of course, the Midland champion. He's also an ultra runner. Run any distance, any terrain, and he's performed well so far this winter. Finished a great second behind Hugo Milner, really gave him a run for his money. Tom Evans at the London Cross Challenge, so from his 3 races this year over the cross, Tom Evans has got first and second, which is not bad going. Well, of course, the potential to head to the World Cross Country Championships on the minds of these athletes as well. The seniors are allowed to take a team of 5 athletes, and as we said in the senior women's race earlier on, the top 2 from the top 2 British athletes from the European Cross Country back in December, assuming they came in the top 12, were able to go. That would mean Hugo Milner, because he finished in the top 12. So he'd be the first selection, should he choose to go. Don't think he will, with one eye on getting his triathlon season underway. Then the next selection would go to the first under-23 male from the European Cross, in the under-23 race, of course. Will Barnacote was that person, so he would take the second of the 5 spots. Hugo Milner was the first place runner at the London Cross Challenge, so, but on the basis that he'd already been selected, nobody would get a place from that criteria. And then the first place athlete in this race is guaranteed a spot on the team of 5 for the World Cross Country Championships. That's why it's so important. Tom Evans, Jack Miller, looking to try and guarantee their spot. So, and after them, it would be the top 3 finishers at the inter-counties here today. So at the moment we don't know, and you can assume that Hugo Milner won't be going, and Will Barnacote not here. Wonder if he fancies heading to the World Cross. So if Milner and Barnacote don't take the option of going, well, it would be ideal to finish in the top 3 here. The winner would be guaranteed a spot, and the other 2 would be guaranteed a spot, and then it would come down to the final selection point, which would be at the discretion of the panel, which would be based on the performances in the British Athletics Cross Challenge Series this year. So people that are in a good spot based on that: Scott Sterling, Jamie Crow, Zach Mohammed might fancy it as well, or has he got one eye on the April marathons or half marathons? Who knows? So the selection for the senior men in the, well, for the World Cross in 3 weeks is certainly up in the arms, but winning here would guarantee you a spot should you choose to go, and then finishing in the top 3 here in 2nd and 3rd would also likely guarantee you a spot in the team. So something to keep an eye on. Scott Sterling at the moment just leading this race. Jack Miller is there. Cameron Allen is in the yellow, and then just behind those 2, one with the headband is Tom Evans, the other is James Kingston, and then the sole figure just some way back behind them is Jamie Crow. Well, Crow some 25 or 30 metres back at this point. This Finn McNally, who was up with the leaders earlier on, as was Dylan Evans, who's just faded back a bit. This is the final lap. And have worked well, this group of 5. Have managed to shake off Jamie Crow, who was there in a good place. Cam Allen now just at the front on the Newcastle 10k back in January. 29 minutes 28 seconds then. Spent some time at Adams State and is here, I think, with an eye on qualifying for the World Athletics cross-country team. And just drifting off the back, Jack Miller now. Can't keep with this pace, Miller. And that is another one lost. Kingston, I think, might just be in touching distance at the minute, but he's perhaps at risk of fading off as well. Allen, who was a finalist and finished 15th at the NCAA Division 2 10,000 metres on the track last summer. So back here after experiencing the US collegiate system and attempting to just stretch this field out, and Kingston is lost off the back now, I think, in 4th, and Scott Sterling is certainly at risk of doing that now. Maybe just looks like he's tightening up perhaps in the shoulders, whereas the 2 at the front, Allen and Evans, look full of running, and this perhaps the move now from Cam Allen, just starting to stretch the legs and build some speed, because they are less than a kilometre from the finish. Not long left to go. Sterling fading off the back, and it is Evans in the headband and Cam Allen in the yellow. Well, Allen, all this experience and understanding of different training since being out in the US, how will that help him in these final stages? Sterling is still there. Allen, who we haven't seen in the UK cross-country scene this winter, other than an early race in January in the North Eastern League. So Allen in the yellow, leading. It is Tom Evans still there with him. Sterling in the black vest, back in third, and it is Scott Sterling that has competed in all 5, assuming he makes it to the finish of these British Athletics Cross Challenge races this year. His best, a second place finish at the Scottish race up in Renfrew. But it is starting to build here. Allen has the lead at the moment. Evans, the ultra runner, looks so good at the London International Cross Challenge. These 3 with a great opportunity here to qualify for the Great Britain team at the World Cross Country Championships. The winner has got automatic selection. The other 2 will be in a great position as well, based on the selection criteria and policy. But running up the hill now towards Wollaton Hall, steeped in almost 500 years of history, and Allen just gritting his teeth and digging deep and swinging those arms, just trying to push and push as he goes up this hill. It will get a lot easier in around 10 seconds time, and it is Allen who now has broken Tom Evans. Has he got anything left in second? It's not over just yet. It is a long run downhill for home. But Cam Allen just gradually worked his way into that leading pack, and look at the lead he's built up here. Sterling is trying to close on Tom Evans, but Cam Allen, this is an outstanding run. It was a really open field. Kingston is back in 4th, and Cam Allen striding for home, trying to build that speed. That gritted teeth just turned into a smile now. He is still working hard. Look at this for a run. What a way to finish it off. Cam Allen with a fine run here. A great performance. He takes the win. Look how much that means. It's a real scrap on the line. Is Evans going to get there? I think so, just from Sterling. Well, nothing to choose between them. James Kingston in 4th. That could be poignant for selection for the World Cross Country team. And Tom Evans, a big pat on the chest of Cam Allen. Those 2 went toe to toe for almost half a mile over that final lap. They pulled away from Sterling. Jack Miller comes in for 5th, and Dempsey, who didn't quite feature in the leading group, finished so strongly. 4th at the Bucks Cross Country. Jeremy Dempsey was 5th at the London Cross Challenge, 7th here. That's a great season for him, especially off the back of his run at the World Universities Cross Country as well. But at the front, well, the results coming up on the leaderboard. They say Callum Johnson who's actually taken it, not Cam Allen. Well, we've had some confusion with the numbers here. It is Callum Johnson who has taken the win at the British Athletics Cross Challenge. That battle against Tom Evans And what a result for Callum Johnson, who has been mixing up the distances in recent times. The Gateshead lad. Well, the last time the national cross country was held here, it was Callum Johnson that took the win. He is the king of Wollaton Park, building off the back of a U13 marathon last year. Callum Johnson, and he takes the inter-counties title.
Smaller scores, if we could get the team across the line as quick as possible. The lowest number when lifting wins.
Well, it's been a fantastic day of competition here at Wollaton Park. Still hundreds of athletes to cross the line in this senior men's race. It was Callum Johnson in the end that took the win with that sprint finish, replicating the sort of run that he had here 4 years ago to take the national cross-country title. And Callum Johnson takes the win from Tom Evans and Scott Sterling in third. Had some fantastic performances across all the age groups. Innes Fitzgerald looking in fine form, takes another title. Same for Olivia Forrest. And Abby Donnelly as well in the senior women's race. I wonder if we'll see her at the World Cross Country Championships again in just a couple of weeks. Well, for another year, the British Athletics Cross Challenge Series is wrapped up. It has been a fantastic campaign once again. The winners of the series will be wrapped up post-event, and we'll find out, I'm sure, in the post-meet write-up who has taken the titles. The inter-county titles also wrapped up once again in the senior men's race. Callum Johnson takes the gold. Great performance from him. Well, thank you so much for tuning into British Athletics TV. This has been the British Athletics Cross Challenge Series. This has been the final for 2024. Thank you for watching. Until next time, good night.
The coach partners are going to be out on the course, taking the course down. So we're glad there's some nicer weather than we've had in previous years for the distribution process. And hopefully they're going to have a lot of previous years.